Good morning and happy Friday, everybody. It is time for another Let's Build Citizen Livestream on today, Friday, April the 2nd, 2021. So let's get started.
Welcome to Let's Build Citizen. Let's begin.
All right. Gonna be a UI day. Time to fix up some of the mobile issues again. Second day in a row we'll be working on that. Just been perpetually dissatisfied with how it feels on mobile. And keen to get that into a good place. Yeah, and mobile UI got broken by one of the hacks I put into place, so we're going to start by fixing scrolling. Let's go over here. I mean, so let me ask you seriously, what you're suggesting there. Think about what that would cost. We would be starting from scratch on the code base, using a tool set that I have no experience with, which also is not as, still relatively young in terms of tool sets. I'm not really sure that would be a worthwhile approach. Moreover, most of the problems that we are dealing with, unless Flutter has a native app deployment, the only thing that would really, truth be told, there's only one thing that would make mobile better, and that is to have a native mobile app. I would be really surprised if there were any sort of tool set that actually effectively deployed a desktop web app and a mobile native app without it being a little bit screwy. I've had too much experience with tools like that to really believe that it's going to be a perfect tool set. And I just don't really want to take the risk on adopting anything novel on that front, because I'm just too familiar with how difficult that is to get right. So, truth be told, the only thing that could really help us here, having a native mobile app. We're not going to be able to do that. Just not on the table. So we're going to get rid of this hack here. I sort of remember there being more to that commit than just that hack, so let's take a quick look at the commit that did that. Yeah. So this hack here was an attempt to basically force the Safari browser footer controls to always stay visible. And the reason that we wanted to do that is that iOS Safari hijacks the click range at the bottom footer. And it does that so that it can bring up the back and forward and etc. those buttons down at the bottom and have them kind of disappear. Then when you press down at the bottom of the screen, it can come back up, which completely ruins our mobile UI, which uses a bottom tap bar. So by forcing the browser controls at the bottom to always stay visible, we were able to fix that hijacked tap area, but unfortunately the solution broke scrolling, and while we could try to work around that, I'm just not a big fan of complicated hacks around scrolling behaviors in particular. So I'm just going to remove that, and I think today one of the things I'd like to try is re-examining whether or not that footer tap bar is even going to work for us.
Citizen.
You know, I try not to ascribe motive. Because, especially whenever the motive is as critical as that. Not because I can certainly imagine what you're suggesting. Anish, I don't have a problem believing that perhaps that they are intentionally breaking PWAs. But truth be told, I don't know if it's a necessary explanation, because Apple has always been somewhat begrudging about adopting web standards in general. And it seems to be more a reflection of their priorities rather than a kind of a conspiratorial intent. They're just much more keen on putting those development resources somewhere else, and have not made PWAs a priority. Now, it's entirely possible that the regulatory pressure that they're getting right now could lead them to changing that stance. They have... I don't think it's... So, again, I don't know if we need that kind of an explanation. Yeah, okay, so first of all, it's true that Apple is taking advantage of PWAs to dodge some of the legal attacks on them. And given that, I can understand why you might say, that's all they want it for. But my general understanding about how people and companies operate tends to be just that it's usually less conspiratorial and more just kind of like, okay, where are we putting our resources? And if they don't prioritize something, then it ends up kind of falling to the wayside. And then whenever they find themselves in court, they say, well, okay, we need a defense here. Well, let's point to the degree to which we have supported PWAs. That'll give us a little bit of a shield here. And then, as a consequence, if that defense ends up being what saves their bacon on this front, they may end up saying, well, okay, now we actually have to Now we actually have to go deep into the implementation. What Michael said is also actually a totally clutch point, which is that, like, not only were PWAs just a Google thing, but the internal politics of web standards are a pretty significant factor here. And at the end of the day, Apple, it's kind of an Apple versus Google fight. I'm sure Firefox has some sway, but they're not really very effective. And that has to color some of this decision making, the degree to which other companies are probably pretty annoyed by Google sort of turning their development properties or priorities. Like, Google's got this set of development priorities, and then they turn it into a proposed standard, and now every other company has to either choose to adopt it or not and engage with it. So, I'm sure from the perspective of people at Apple, they're like, God, fuck off, Google. I'm sure that it's a frustrating thing whenever you have some other company trying to dictate your own priorities. Firefox's social politics are sort of orthogonal to their failure in the market. They may be related in terms of the culture that exists there, but Firefox stopped innovating once Google Chrome came out, and they've just been me-tooing everything that Chrome does for a long time. They took a shot at it with Firefox OS, and that just totally failed. And so they've been struggling to solve their problem of browser differentiation in the market, which, for what it's worth, is a lousy market to be in. So, yeah, well, and the thing that's funny about the thing to kind of keep in mind is it's like it's a crap situation. Imagine working at a company where you have all of your business priorities, and then every once in a while, some other company, which is probably, really your competitor in many ways, shows up with a whole set of their own priorities, a whole set of features, which are not fucking easy to implement. PWAs are complex. A lot of these features are complex. And they show up and say, you need to sit down and evaluate all of these proposals, tell us whether or not they're good or not, and then implement all of them. And if you don't, we're going to make a big fuss and try to turn the web against you for not doing it. And say that you don't work with standards. It's a fucking terrible job. That's not fun. So that doesn't really excuse anything, but it does sort of explain, I think, some of how these dynamics play out. And I think to some degree, I still have I think a fair response is just to say, all right, Apple, well, start allowing other browser engines on your mobile device. But from a business, and I think ultimately they're going to need to. But I do understand the business strategy around trying to hold on to that part of the stack, since it is so core to the mobile experience. But I think that that really probably can't hold much longer. Manish, you said uploaded image opening a new tab. Oh, yeah. So when you click, it opens in a new tab right now. And what you want is for it to do like this. I think you meant choose to hate browsers equally for different reasons. And yes, Michael, that's the magic of the free market. You don't have to hate only one browser. You can hate a lot of them for all their own. They're all competing to be hateable for a different reason. So there's actually some nuance to that. It is true that you can now choose, and this was a recent development, you can now choose other default browsers, but they are all actually Safari on the inside. They're just reskinned versions of Safari. Apple does not allow other browser engines. Something else that I learned recently, I mentioned this in another stream. I don't know if y'all were here when I mentioned this, but I learned it by listening to this recorded Clubhouse of people telling Steve Jobs stories. And somebody explained why on iOS you can't just access the file system. And the reason for that is that the iPhone inherited the licensing deals that were originally made for the iPod to play music. And the iPod had a similar constraint because music companies were anxious about people being able to just jump in and grab the individual music files and put them on the internet. So the iPod locked down the file system. So that couldn't happen, and the same licensing deal got carried over to iOS. Go figure. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about there, do with the browser engine. WebKit is the only browser engine which iOS allows. That is true on the desktop computer, but on an iOS phone, there is no application in the phone that allows you to browse all the files on your device. Something I kind of been... I'm going to just do some idle UI stuff today. Hey, Paulo. I agree, dude. I'm not really sure I'm not really sure where all their heads are at these days. Well, my old man's calling me, so give me 1 second while I take this call. Be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Family is going on a trip. I just had to talk to my dad about it. All right, stream, hit me up with your opinions here. Option 1, we're going to do some A/B testing, some live A/B testing. Option 1, option 2. It's the changes in how the posts are rendered. So option 1, option 2. And basically what this is doing is taking the avatar and popping it up to the top, adding some more information because we have more space for information. It's actually not more information, it's just more space. And then moving the actual content of the posts into the body so that they are actually taking up the full possible width. So to be clear, option 2 is where we currently are. That's this form. Option 1 is this sort of proposed change. And it sounds, I got 2 votes for option 2, so I just want to be clear that option 2 is that, and option 1 is, so this is option 1, this is option 2. If anybody wants to change their vote, let me know. Okay, do change their vote. What do you think, Paulo? Same vote? Different vote? Here we have it on mobile. Option 1 on mobile. Option 2 on mobile. In some ways, this is basically the equivalent of the Facebook design versus the Twitter design. I'm getting a 1 with rounded avatar. Could give that a shot. Okay, so let's change our nomenclature here. We'll call this option the Facebook option because that's what this one of the people that uses this design approach. So this option 1 is now the Facebook. Option 2 is the Twitter. I don't really care so much about whether or not we look like any existing app. I'm more motivated around the question of just what looks good for us. Now, our Facebook option has would require a little bit more work on sizing and spacing and things like that. I sort of threw it together quickly. To mirror what you're observing is a similar thing that motivated me to stick with this as I was originally working on it, that somehow having the avatar being kind of to the left, I do actually agree, helps with context a little bit more, helps with clarity a little bit more. There's a degree to which this starts to, and I don't know if it's because of what I'm familiar with, or if there's actually a meaningful difference. One of the other challenges I feel like that we're contending with here is that the usage of the header starts to truncate and so you don't see where they're posting. See right there. Whereas here, it's much more visible where the post occurred. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of the challenge here is it's not really wise to do an A versus B without fully fleshing out both options visually because that affects, I think, the vibe. Um, hmm. I don't imagine it would, Paulo. Why do you think that? Well, Tamir, as much as I would love to say fuck mobile, it actually has to work pretty darn well. Like, are you asking, Paula, are you asking if I'm considering this because of something else, some plan or plan direction or something? Uh, I don't like handling design decisions by passing it to the user, especially because it's very challenging to support multiple options. I see, I see. Yeah, could possibly do that. No, this decision has no meaningful effect on that, Paulo. This is truly just an aesthetic difference. Hey, Leonardo. Hacker News style is benefits from having a conceptually simple system. One of the reasons I'm also contemplating, I mean, we basically, the reason that I'm being driven towards this is that real estate is at, screen real estate is at such a premium. Especially because we've decided to do more complex things than just a like button. We have these reactions, and the reactions need to fit on the screen, and This isn't even the most controversial thing that I'm going to be trying to tackle today. The really controversial thing is going to be possibly replacing the footer menu with something else. That's when it's going to get really controversial. Yeah, I mean, the spacing is foobarred here, because the way I just produced this was by this view that I'm toying with here was produced by taking the expanded view that's already pushed. That's what this is, and just sticking it in the feed, and with some minimal changes. And I need to tweak it more to round that out. For instance, the usernames are far too bold and black. There are cases where the vertical spacing is wonky, etc. Fair point, Tamir. Speaking of giving the people what they want, I think I'm going to stick with what we got. I actually have been sort of thinking that a quote-unquote jobs system would be interesting. Or maybe more like quests. Alright, this is something else I've been thinking about, is that on mobile, the user avatars have been, despite the fact that I really want to get more horizontal real estate, they've been a little bit small, and so now I'm trying to get the sizing of them right. Yeah, like the thing that would be kind of fun about quests. We'll call them quests instead of like jobs. And the thing that's kind of a fun idea about quests is you can imagine kind of doing it like as a way to sort of, it's all about, a lot of this is all about creating sort of games to help structure the purpose of the network of communities. So if you have a community where it's all about, to use this example right in front of our face, Melanie created a YouTube recommendation community. Well, maybe you make a quest to go out and find good links, and you can get a reward for it. Question, of course, is like, okay, how does the reward get decided, etc. So it's a little challenging. So Leonardo is asking, what is behind the decision of deciding citizen in the community level instead of the user level? One thing I'll highlight is that the community design is actually separate from the server design. Servers are not communities. Communities are like users on servers. So there's a level of separation there. We talk about this a lot. Very deeply inclined to keep servers as unopinionated and in the background as possible. Now the reason that we do communities instead of a flat peer-to-peer model is that flat peer-to-peer is a very, very difficult model for the technology we're using. Basically, when you are doing a social network like this, you meant the federated server architecture. Well, I'll continue on with the point I'm making here first. Most people in social networks assume that even if you don't have everybody following everybody else, there is still some kind of a communication pathway. So that if this person replies to this person, or follows them or something like that, then this person here would get a notification. In an actually peer-to-peer model, if the follows are actually driving how the information moves, this would never reach that person. So the use of communities within the system are a way to create information pathways that might not otherwise exist. So that said, what you were actually asking about is the federated server architecture. There's a lot of reasons. The first is ease of access, or more broadly, distribution. I have done, prior to working on Beaker, I was the second, after Dominic Tarr, I was number 2 in building Secure Scuttlebutt. Then I worked on Beaker. I've had many, many years of building purely peer-to-peer software, which requires you to download some custom software. And frequently, people would just be like, I don't really want to do that. I just want to be able to access it from my web browser. And when you're trying to push a novel social experience, not being able to access it, not being able to share the links to activity that's occurring in the network, things like that, it's completely a huge dampener on adoption. And adoption is really important. If you are not taking adoption seriously, then your fancy new thing is not going to make a dent. And if your goal is to affect social change, then you want to make sure that you have a reasonable capacity for that thing to get adopted in the mainstream. So number one is access and distribution. With the web version of the things, just jump on a website. That's number one. Number two is that on the client-side model, multiple device management is still very, very challenging, both on a technology level and on an infrastructure around key management level. And we didn't have a solution for that in Secure Scuttlebutt. We didn't have a solution for that in Beaker, and that was also a significant blocker for the tooling to do what it's supposed to do. Both of those things are what I call, the term I invented for them is a novel pain in the butt. And novel pains in the butt kill adoption. Taking this approach of the server-based model, I'm going to do my familiar diagram for this. Hey Wes, good to see you. So this approach is using the Hypercore protocol as a data mesh between the servers, right? And because we're using the servers as the access point, we've made a very convenient way for people to get into the system and start using the technology. But also, importantly, here you have your database here. This model leaves wide open the approach for, we'll use a sort of flipped square here. This approach leaves wide open the possibility that you could take your databases off of the server and put them onto a user device and still interact with the system through the Hypercore protocol. And we are designing this as consciously as possible to leave this possibility open so that at some point in the future, people would be able to access the network in a serverless fashion. So the decision to use servers is a conscious choice geared towards thinking about how we get adoption, what our pathway to adoption is. And if our endpoint, we're starting here, and our endpoint is here. So if our starting point is here, and our endpoint is here, rather than jumping straight to there, which has a a complex difficulty curve, which frankly looks more like this, right? What we're doing instead is something that looks more like this. Make sense? It's about thinking really consciously about how we are getting to the maximum value with the least number of challenges along the way. Paul Bucks. All right, so our system, the network basically has a model where users can, they're all independent, but they can join into communities. And communities are actually just a variation of user as well. And communities are able to maintain database state for the community itself, right? And what we are basically doing is treating the community database as a lightweight blockchain. And we're able to do that because all databases inside of Citizen are append-only logs that are signed and can be externally audited. So basically every database is a secure ledger. And so we have an inventory of items that communities are able to create, and Paul Bucks are a kind of that item. Yeah, Paul Bucks are truly the realization of Bitcoin. I think if I don't know if Satoshi would appreciate the design. It's you know, the whole network, this data mesh of the Hypercore protocol. It's like a it's a variation of blockchains that has no decentralized consensus. Where rather than everybody having one log that they all work together to produce and so have to come to consensus on the state of that log, you create a variety of databases representing individual users, representing communities, things like that, and have them exchange with each other in various ways. And they are single writer. Each of them just has a single private key that is maintained by the owner in some way, whether on a server or on their own device. And so we're able to do things like item systems, which are, generally speaking, less important in terms of their design constraints than a currency is. Items are really not meant to, yeah, it's blockchain now. Items are really not meant to be stores of actual financial value. What they're actually more geared towards is indicating social reputation or acting as a points system that can be used inside of things like a social aggregator, so similar to like Karma or upvotes and downvotes. They're a programmable store of value, but only in the sense of for use cases in which it's more about like elevating information as opposed to elevating actual capital, like financial capital. And because of this design, and because we're targeting something with lesser constraints than a currency has, and we don't have to have a global ledger that handles everybody. The community creates its own set of items to manage its own set of information. You don't need to have global consensus. And so you end up burning way less resources and have a much better throughput. So to kind of demonstrate this in a practical sense, if you jump over to the alpha testers group and look at the items, you can see, okay, like this group of people has the cool peep item. And if you know what that means, something I generated and gave out to everybody a couple days ago, you know that, okay, if you have that item, you were there for when that occurred. Here's a better view. This is my profile, and you're looking at my inventory. You can see, okay, Paul has 989 Paul bucks in the alpha testers group. So he's been around long enough to accumulate that many Paul bucks. So there's a reputational aspect to holding these items. I don't really know what's going on in the servers community, but this is almost a direct concept of it, cred. I've accumulated 74 cred in the servers community. It's really similar to Karma in terms of what it's doing. Somebody gave me their cool peeps. I don't know who gave it to me. I ought to be seeing that transfer somewhere in here. Oh, this is my personal activity. That's why. So there. Jonas gave me their cool peep. I need to create non-transferable items here because cool peeps weren't really meant to be given around. All right. Back to work. Let me try to set the sizing of this to be equivalent to my phone so I can actually evaluate this sort of stuff. 75% still a little too big, 50% too small. Yeah, 62% looks about right. Yeah, I don't know why the Mario theme is something that pops into my head randomly whenever I'm working and need to hum something, but it does a lot. Okay, so let's aim for 62%. That's too small, a little bigger. Okay. Yeah, that's better. I'm gonna try pushing this small change to the. It does seem a little big. Let's just kind of. Feels a little big. Let's try splitting the difference. Do they not have any solution for that, I would imagine they have to have something. Just slightly bigger. I do think that looks a little better. Yeah, but in the development environment, the problem you're running into is really common. Surely they have something for while you're doing development. I'm also going to...
CTZN. CTZN.
I want to disable lazy loading in the post media as well.
CTZN.
Did I mute?
Getting it done.
There we go. All right. Let's talk about mobile nav. Our current approach is foobarred, because iOS Safari screws with the click region at the bottom. So the first thing we need to do is, I think, create a strategy around swipe gestures. I want to bring that back, and I want to come up with a cohesive strategy around it. All right. So okay. Let's start here. Import star as gestures from the lib gestures. And we're gonna do, we actually need to do this first inside the top level entry point so that we can call gestures.setup here. Next, we're going to go into main. Actually, we don't need to go into main yet. I'm just going to do events.add event listener swipe left. Swipe left. And swipe right. And let's just make sure that that part is working. Okay, so swipe right is working. What about swipe left? Oh. Okay, so we got swipe left and swipe right. Next thing we need to do is make sure that swipes don't interfere when you're swiping something that actually is scrollable. So a swipe left on Safari at least, if you do it from the page edge, it will do a back. Same, you know, but if you, there are smaller gestures, smaller swipe gestures within the page that it doesn't do anything with. And that's what we're going to be tapping into. That's, yeah, and that's, I'm really trying to make the mobile version feel as close to as good as a, as native. Because I don't have the resources to make a mobile native. So I gotta find something else. Now the trick here, I believe I have a helper. Find parent. We don't actually need that. What we need is to go through for let pl of e dot composed path. And just log each of these real quick. Not iterable. Well, now it is, sucker. Except that didn't work. Okay. Oh. compose path is a function. That's why it's not iterable. Look at all them elements. All right. So okay. If it's scrollable, we should see the offset. There it is right there. Okay, so the scroll width is greater than the offset width. So what we're trying to detect here is whether or not you're swiping on something with horizontal scrolling. And if you are, then we don't want to run this logic, because it begins to interfere with it. So boy, that is a struggle. Hopefully it's not that bad in actuality. It does seem to be working. All right. So now we have our swipe gestures, hopefully not conflicting with UI elements. This is one of those things, it's hard to get right. So what next? Next, we need to decide how we want to use it. And that's going to depend on which page you're on, so to speak. And I think we can actually steal a little more. Yeah. "100% right, TJ. Does it do them right?" Well, that is the million-dollar question that we are about to engage with here and now. If the post pick is small, does it need to be zoomed in? Oh, does it need to go full width? You talking about like this right here, Andrew? We could probably get the thing to be more intelligent about that at some point. I don't know what Yark is. Alright, so swipey time. Here's what I'm thinking. On the main feed, swiping would cause you to navigate between these. On somebody's profile, swiping would cause you to navigate between these. When you're looking at a post, swiping would cause you to either go back or open up that menu. So then the question becomes what to do with this footer menu, which is somewhat ruined by iOS stealing clicks from us. For instance, do we want to move notifications up here? Okay, there it is in action. We really want to go through that. We would like to have a nice animation on that header there, showing the line moving over, making it feel swipey. Gonna have to try it on mobile, but it feels a little too unforgiving on the swipe detection. Okay, one last task, and that is to reproduce the nav header in notifications. And we're going to try this on a feature branch. Okay, so far so good. Except that notifications isn't getting highlighted. So I'll change that to this. Okay.
Citizen.
I'm going to use the bathroom real quick while we wait for Vercel to deploy that, and then I'm going to test it out on my phone. Back in a bit. Okay. So now I just need to go to that web page, which is citizen dash citizen dash get dash mobile dash nav dash experiments dash phrasey dot for spell that for cell dot app. Nailed it. Okay, not bad. A little bit difficult to trigger. The trick on that is just going to be getting it right in that perfect zone of being easy to trigger, but not so easy that you do it on accident. So now the question is just, how good does this feel? Well, not bad. Good enough to pursue. Possibly. Yep, I think this is the direction we're going to go. I think we're going to get rid of the footer menu. Controversy. All right. So the mobile bot is out, which means that the mobile nav class is out. Which means you're out. You're still here. You're still here. You're out. You're still here. You're still here. Well, we get some real estate back, so that's nice.
Citizen.
Next task, we need to improve the feel of these swipes. Okay, so 100. Oh, no, there's no. he's goofing around. That doesn't exist. Yeah, there's no. What I was reading off is what I was reading off is the generated domain that Vercel produces for branches. If you were to initiate a transaction in an offline setting, it would pend until you were connected to, until your transaction were able to sync to the community. Does that make sense? Like the items ledgers are maintained by a single Hypercore database, and they're specific to a given community. So you need to be able to communicate with the community's database to initiate the transaction. To be clear, to be very clear about this, you brought up this idea of being better than a blockchain. It's not really about being better, it's about producing something which has different properties than blockchains that might be more effective for different use cases. I do not recommend that people use them for actual currency because it's just not designed with that in mind. I know that some people will still do that anyway, but that is really not the goal. It's really not meant to be like a cryptocurrency. That's point number one. And point number two is the attribute which I find preferable about virtual items in Citizen is that they're relatively efficient. It depends on what you mean by offline spending. Like if you can initiate the transaction, you can do the thing that will cause it to get spent, but it won't actually take place until you sync back up with the database that maintains that inventory.
Citizen.
Building, building, building. Might be worth going ahead and getting a network bridge going so I can just test the build off of my desktop rather than having to deploy to a feature branch, but alright, certainly easier to trigger now. Feels pretty good. Okay, that's good. I dig that. Okay. Let's now improve our gesture system to support a swipe that just takes you backwards. Kitty cat wants in. Use the logic that I believe we often use here. Yes, you're kitty. I know you're a kitty. What? You're a noisy kitty. Okay, and then over here, we'll want that whenever you're looking at a post. Or comment. Users will be a different scenario. Okay. For a user, it'll be a little more complex. Okay, so with the user, it's the user ID followed by activity followed by inventory followed by about. Hey, you little fussbutt. That's a little challenging. Don't do that. Don't do that. Kid. Got a minor problem with what we're doing here. What are you so fussy about? So if you go to a user, swipe right, swipe left, so far so good, swipe again, take you home. If I go to a post, go to a user, swipe left, I would expect it to take me back to the post, but it doesn't, it takes me back to the home. Okay, so rather than having a swipe left on the user go home, why not have it go back? Yeah, you're a kitty. Okay, so far so good. Except now, that happens. Huh. Don't imagine you're actually allowed to see the previous. Okay. What do you want? Sorry, everybody, let me find out what the cat wants. You want to play? Is that what it is? You want food? I think you want food. Okay, we essentially need a smart back behavior. I don't know if we can actually solve this. This is really some web bullshit is what this is. What if a peace point? This is getting closer to feeling natural. There we go. Okay, that just went terribly awry. What is our current? Okay, so that works as expected. That does not. Okay, why is that not? Looks like on back we're not triggering. Yeah, okay. Okay, well, that's starting to feel somewhat natural. Some wonkiness around scroll positions to work on here. Alright, so I need to modify the nav clicks. So we got a to-do list going here. That got fixed. need to replace state on the subnav. So I'm having to futz around with managing between the browser history and the sort of swipes between different subviews and things like that. Doing an interchange really between when you do replace state versus a push state on a nav change, so that it feels as intuitive as possible as you're sort of swiping around.
Citizen.
Okay, wait for that to deploy. Okay, that's ready to go. Let's give it a shot. The pull to refresh just broke on me for unknown reasons. Does feel pretty good. It's a little too easy to trigger. Just a smidge too easy. Probably the only way I'm going to nail that is I need to actually see what the values are on mobile. So I'm going to create a toast when it triggers. Okay.
Citizen.
Making progress. Now waiting for the build.
Anybody have any good weekend plans?
TGIF.
When I'm sitting here twiddling with something like this, I have to tell myself that this is the attention to detail that makes it good. Gotta believe that, because otherwise it's a giant time sink. It's not a time sink, it's attention to detail. It's craftsmanship, is what it is. Alright, let's see if I can accidentally trigger. There it goes. Hey Garv. I'm currently fine-tuning the swipe gestures. 93. I have set up for myself a little debug tooling. We're working at a feature branch here. And I'm trying to do things like, I'm basically reworking how mobile navigation works. And I'm setting up a little debug toast for myself to track when the pixel values of when swipe gestures are recognized. And so now I'm fiddling around trying to take note of the values when they work as expected and when they don't seem to work as expected. Part of the trick is that detecting the difference is quite hard. Oh, there we go. 66 and 3. 75, 2.5. Okay, 74, 2.4. Might just need to fix it by modifying our normalized value a bit. Because when it's intentional, okay, I'm going to try some new values here. This is not easy. I think one way we might guard against it is to go by the magnitude of the y movement, which the normalized value is meant to indicate, but it may not be sufficient. You know what else we could do here is stick our thresholds on the window and then I can hook up my debugger and test different values. That'd probably help. What's going on with the diff y? Oh, I set that too low. That's what it is. Still acting funky. Use the bathroom real quick while we wait for that to deploy.
Citizen.
Okay. So, taking advantage of my bathroom time, I managed to isolate a couple of values that I think are correct. But rather than just committing and pushing and hoping for the best, we'll take advantage of the debugging tooling that we just created first. Come on, webcam. All right. So, we are now connected to the computer. And now we shall poke at your innards and see what we find. Okay. Window.ymax. I believe 20 is a pretty good spot for it. It's looking pretty good. The only other thing I think is to add a timing factor. Hey Lorenzo. Because sometimes what you do is you'll stick your thumb on the screen and kind of slowly look at something, kind of slowly adjusting, and your thumb might kind of move and whoops, triggered. So let's modify that so that it's considering the timing. Other than that, it seems to be working pretty well. Okay. I am cautiously optimistic. Five 500 milliseconds may be a little too tight of the timing, but certainly seems to be working. Let's give it a full second. One. Yeah. So if you're just kind of doing a slow thing like that, it doesn't trigger. All right, I'm going to go ahead and remove the toast. I am going to keep logging it for the moment. Am I? I guess I removed it already. We'll leave some infrastructure for ourselves. How about?
Citizen.
So with that out of the way, we need to decide what all shows up in our home nav on mobile. Could also give a little bit of love to that. Candidates for inclusion there are notifications, got that, possibly communities, and that's it. One of the things I'm actually inclined to think that we are going to do over time is introduce quite a few different home nav items, so to speak. Different kinds of feeds and what have you, similar to like the difference between feed and activity. It's actually an area that I do think user customization would be really nice. So you can have different kinds of streams. You got your main feed for what's going on, but then like a drill down feed or a topical feed or things like that would be really cool. So I'm going to factor out the subnav, I think. Okay, that's looking fine. What's that about? Why am I losing the ability to scroll upwards? Hey, dude. Oh, totally bizarre. So happening on... Some purely... I appreciate that. Well, let's see if it happens on the test. Yeah, that would be fun. Would love for all this to catch on. You never know. You never know. Okay, so with all that out of the way, now the interesting question is whether or not we could get a... Totally. Of course, who knows? May end up being the new Facebook in the bad way. So yeah, let's see if we can now get an animation on a little border at the bottom of this thing. And the question would be, how would we do that? It would be the sort of thing where you want to... This will be one of those features where greatness is either made or lost. Yep, I'm removing the bottom, moving everything up into the top. I think this could end up being pretty challenging. Yeah, I haven't finished the aesthetics up there yet. I'm in agreement generally that it's a little bit weird as it is. So a lot of challenges to this. The first is basically we need to create some kind of element which acts as the underline of the current nav and correctly positions itself. While also working properly with the floating aspect of this thing being a position sticky. Alright, let's see what we get if we stick a absolute div in there, give it a BG blue 600. What does that look like? Okay, that's encouraging actually. Let me give it a width of 100 and move it over to the left, rightward by 50 pixels. Yeah, okay, so that's doing what it should. All right. Yeah, we'll see. We'll get into that in a little bit. Alright, so that should work as before. Now we want to watch for watch for that to change. And when it does, we try to grab, yeah, the one that we need. Border left, border right. Okay, so our width calculation is a little off. Oh, because I'm adding unnecessarily. Okay, so far so good. Now, the next thing we want to do is introduce some movement in that order to kind of tease the coming motion. And to do that, what we're going to do we're going to go over to our gestures code. And we're going to add a function so touch start and touch end. We also want to have a like touch move that we can register. Touch move. Okay. Connected callback and disconnected callback. Looks like we need to call the supers. Okay. The other thing we're going to need is a normalized version of this. All right, y'all, let's see what we got. A tragic failure. Let's try that again. Yeah, it's sort of working. Currently, all data is public. Or, you know, most data is public. So we just don't have a private interaction story yet. We are akin to Twitter at this stage. We're a public forum. I could speculate about how we're going to get privacy, but at this stage, it's just there's a lot of qualities, a lot of aspects of the of how that'll work that I just can't speak to. Yeah, privacy is possible. It's just we're not. It's complicated. I'm just not ready to get into it yet because I can't even speculate. It may be something along the lines of maybe something along the lines of at-rest encryption. It might have to do with introducing access controls into the network. Okay. So it's not a bad start. Oh, for sure. All right. Let's see what happens now if we put an animation on these moves. It's a little wonky, doesn't it? For some reason it's popping over to the left temporarily. Oh, I think I made it wide. Possibly you. No, not you, but that's still good to do. Actually, I don't want to do that anyway. Oh, I may actually know why that's happening. And the server's going to stop responding to us. Cool. What's going on, server? There we go. Yeah, alright, I do know what's happening there. That's a little challenging. That does fix it. A little wonky when going to the left. bad. Let's try adding it to the user view. It's starting to become quite the JS file. Subnav.
Citizen.
All right, let that deploy, and then we'll find out how that looks. But I'm cautiously optimistic that the that little animation will work. It'll end up being a little bit of a performance question over time, but who knows? Certainly adds, I think, a lot to the experience to have a little animation like that. All right, let's give it a shot. Yeah, it feels pretty good. A couple of things are acting broken, but not bad overall. The position sticky broke on mobile. Thanks a lot. Feel pretty good about that. Nice update. Alright, I'm going to use the bathroom and stretch my legs, so back in 5 minutes. Okay. Tell you all what, I could use a little music. And I don't feel like wearing headphones. You know what that means. It can only mean one thing. That's right. We're listening to my brother's album. Okay, so tried it out on mobile. Felt pretty good. A couple of things got broken. Position sticky got broken. So we gotta fix that. And I think the way we can do that is by taking all this stuff here and just putting it on the actual web component itself. Let's give that a shot. Seems to have worked.
Citizen.
So if that's in working order, then let's see here. We've added swipe gestures. Add the nav animation. Next up, I think we need to finalize the home nav. I'm gonna make a couple of things. And one thing I'd like to do here is introduce into the subnav something which indicates menu, so to speak. Right.
I mean, of course, the real question is, why would you do such a thing? Clearly, if you're going to be using the network, you would only want to say things that I like. That much just seems obvious. I don't have global moderation power. Nobody does. Communities are moderated. And communities are moderated, but the servers are encouraged not to moderate. And if you ever wanted to switch to another server, you certainly could. But communities are moderated, so if you're in a community of mine and I think you're being inappropriate or something like that, I'd remove you. Pretty straightforward. Information in the repo. We generally try to set things up so that servers are don't have any need to moderate, though. And we do that by setting things up so that servers never enumerate content. It's all driven by communities and things like communities. We definitely want to reduce the amount of power that a server has, and we're trying to abstract them away as much as possible. Alright, do whatever you want. I think that's a really dickish thing to do, but if you want to, feel free. Cartoons live. We're still using the technology that DET uses. Though it's now called the Hypercore protocol.
Okay, notifications should now be part of the main view. They're not rendering. Okay, they are, but I'm not including. Looks like I need this. Yeah, I'm glad that y'all actually like it as opposed to feeling like frustrated that I've got music on. It's nice to be able to put on some music every once in a while and not have to wear headphones for it. Okay. So that seems to be basically working. Great. Real glad to hear that. What does the header go off of? Okay, now then. How to do that icon up there. The trick is I need a way. Uh-oh.
Okay, perfect. So we need to render those unread notifications up there somehow. Need to be nice and visible. There's the good stuff. I suspect that what Oquez was getting at was just probing the degree to which this thing is decentralized. Which, yeah, alright. In communities, somebody moderates. Like I said, we try to set up the servers to not be in a position to need to moderate. Really just going to depend on what kind of spaces you're trying to operate in. Follows and actual data hosting can be set. You can run your own server, or you could find a server which is very hands-off, which we're trying to, again, set up a culture where they are.
And in that scenario, then you're not going to have a lot of moderation. Your follows are unmoderated, as are so you know whoever you're following and your interactions, if they're following you, that's unmoderated. Okay, stop acting janky. What the fuck? But communities are moderated spaces. You don't have to use a community, but often you'll want to. Okay. That seems like an interesting UI right there. Let's give it a shot. Not a niche.
Citizen. Alright, let's see how we feel here. Okay, not bad. The pull to refresh is acting broken as hell for some reason, so I gotta look into that, but otherwise, it feels pretty good. Well, if your main question is, you know, how can I be rude to people? I imagine you could find communities inside of Citizen, or you could follow and have people follow you that like that. If moderation is what you're concerned about in particular, okay. So just a couple of last tasks here, and then hopefully we'll be ready to launch this mobile nav. Wanted to add to the user nav fucking why? Why would that be what you're after? Why is that a good thing to want? If that was what you were really after, if you jumped on Citizen and you said, finally, a place where I can be rude to people, truth be told, you probably wouldn't have an amazing time. The difference is that in Citizen you'd be banned from communities, and in Twitter and Facebook you'd be banned from the entire network. That's basically the difference. It's just, in Citizen there's no way to ban you from the entire network. I certainly wouldn't describe the value proposition of of Citizen to be a place where you can be rude. In as many ways as possible, it is actually quite geared to be quite otherwise. Well, if all you're after is being rude, nothing. If you're generally concerned about distribution of power and think that there ought to be moderation, but there ought to be, to some degree, a counterbalance to the concentration of power, well, then this might be more up your alley. If you're into some of the more novel features, such as an open SDK and programmable community rules, then it might be more your jam. But it is not really just a place to be ruder than usual. This isn't 4chan or some shit like that. Are you just trolling, or what's your deal, man? It's one thing to be concerned about the decision-making process on appropriate behavior and wanting to have, some amount of balance on that. In which case, the question about whether or not you're allowed to be rude as a proxy to how power is distributed is an understandable concern, an understandable way to talk about it, though I don't think it's the most effective way to frame the conversation. But if you're literally just looking to be rude, well, there's just really not a lot of point to that. Why do that? Right. Skip being rude, just go straight to jail. Don't pass go. No, it is. Why the fuck would I? Where does that come from? Why do people have this idea of just lawlessness being a good thing? You haven't seen my brothel yet, Matthias. Hey, there's that rudeness coming through.
CTZN
All right. Yeah, you know what? You should probably see. You should probably see my blog post about this, so you can be squarely apprised of my particular opinions on this sort of thing. I do not actually believe in maximal individual rights. I believe that there is such a thing as collective rights, and that a free society that ignores collective rights is garbage and chaos. There's an interplay between them, but I am not a maximalist for one over the other. Yeah, Kale, so, yeah, you might be able to do something like that. Let me think. I mean, basically, the way that would work is, I guess the way that would work is that I gotta pause real quick and say I'm actually really quite happy with these changes to the mobile nav. This is feeling pretty good. I kind of like it. I was really anxious about this moving forward. We'll see how it continues to feel. Fingers crossed, but it's looking not too bad. So you could do something like that. Basically, you would follow the same logic as whether or not you're allowed to reply to somebody's self-post. Which is that you can only reply to somebody's self-post if they follow you. So then you would do something along the lines of specifying, you know, whenever you do a community post, it's a normal post on your own feed, except that you're just specifying this is intended for a specific community. So you just specify the user as the community, and then, you know, it's not impossible. It would require a little more work. And then I guess what you would do is set it up so that if, yeah, it's an interesting thought actually, because like I guess what you would do is set it up so that if I follow you, Kale, then as it is currently, I see your posts. Get out of here, Leonardo. I see your posts right now, your self-posts, if I follow you. If we set it up to where you could write on somebody's wall, so to speak, then I suppose what would happen is that when I'm following you, I would also see posts from people that write on your wall. Thought? It's a thought. I haven't read Hans Hermann Hoppe, but I have read plenty of the original libertarian writing by John Locke. I've read Cliff Notes on Hobbes. I've read Rousseau. I've read, who was the third one in that dialogue? The fourth one, Montesquieu. They're all sort of getting into this question about social contract and trying to establish what the natural state of being human is, and what they call the state of man, and then say, okay, so like, what's the kind of foundation of governance and of government when you enter into a society with each other. And Hobbes was the one that started all that, and Hobbes wrote the Leviathan, which was basically an argument in favor of monarchy, with a belief that the state of man is nasty and brutish. And the point of civilization is to counteract the natural behavior of man. Therefore, you need a powerful government to civilize human beings. And then John Locke wrote a response some years later, taking the initial premise and saying, actually, the state of man is fundamentally a good state. Man will behave in a pro-social fashion, naturally. And the goal of civilization is to try to preserve the natural state of man. And whenever you enter into a civilization with each other, you by necessity have to take away some of the things that somebody is allowed to do outside of a civilization. To kind of, if you're talking state of nature, if you have a conflict, you resolve it by force, and we say no, we're parceling the use of force to the state. That's no longer something you're allowed to do. So every time you take away some liberty from somebody, it's part of an exchange in which you have to sort of say, okay, well, if I'm taking away something that you're normally allowed to do, then this needs to be something that we consider very carefully in terms of we're going to make sure that we preserve as many rights as possible and make sure that that exchange is fair. So the idea of social contract really kind of comes into yeah, that's a valid theory, CS. Sarapath, this is what you're talking about there is precisely why I'm so keen to introduce a lot of flexibility into the system, right? Because the needs of any given group of people or community of people is really going to change depending on the size of the community and what the community is designed to do and the culture that it carries and things like that. So if you want to create a community that is meant to be small, you would do it like an invite-only thing, or just ban kind of freely. If you're trying to make something that scales up, you'd probably want to start to get some kind of more sophisticated information economy going that is kind of fundamentally less permissive. If you think of permissiveness in a community as getting to show up on everybody's feed, then if you have at a larger scale, you need to create a more sophisticated process for deciding what gets elevated to the top of the feed. Generally speaking, the kind of enabling, we'll just call it rudeness, is something that we sort of accept as, all right, if people in their own space want to do that, they can. But culturally, it is not really at the heart of what we're doing here. So, I don't know if really, if that's really what you're after, Oquez. It's not impossible to have that here, but I just don't think this is the place for it. Dude, that's actually that's a good example of that. Another kind of similar example that perhaps is less charged than talking about pornography is just the question of having a community which is topical. So rather than talking about porn, we could just talk about, let's say you have a community that's all about sharing JavaScript, right? Topics about JavaScript, share modules, share news. Have a sort of a collective rights question at play, right? If somebody shows up and is determined to share PHP news, well, you're violating the intent of the community, the interest of the community. So you're going to get pushed out. If you show up saying that you should have semicolons, you're going to get pushed out. Say no to semicolons. Obviously, I'm joking about that. So pornography is just an example of a kind of what you might call a topic, which is generally not in the interest of most communities. But yeah, if you want to have communities or accounts that are dedicated to pornography, yeah, go ahead. Don't break any laws. If you break laws, then you'll get reported to your server, and servers should abide by laws, or they will become liable. But it is, the goal is to construct things so that if I'm not interested in seeing pornography on my feed, it shouldn't be a problem. It shouldn't be this. It should be the sort of thing where if I'm starting to run into pornography and I'm not looking for it, well, that's a problem, right? So it's all about constructing it so that things go in the way they should. So yes, that's a totally reasonable idea. Certainly, the kind of custom rules that we're looking for is to enable new kinds of game systems within communities, things like that. You have to earn your right to post by some metric. My brother, I guess, hopped on the stream and just shared a quote from a 1784 case in New York City. So I'll read it here. That man was made for society, that society is absolutely necessary for man, that the public good ought to always be the supreme rule, that the spirit of sociability ought to be universal, that we ought to have the same disposition towards other men as we desire they should have towards us, that we should behave in the same manner towards other men as we would be willing they should behave towards us in the like circumstances, that we should preserve a benevolence even towards our enemies, that although the exercise of benevolence towards our enemies may be suspended, yet we are not allowed to stifle its principle, that revenge introducing, instead of benevolence, a sentiment of hatred and animosity is condemned, because such a sentiment is vicious in itself and contrary to the public good. I actually have some comments on cancel culture to hit on in a second, because dude brought it up. But yeah. So the NSFW situation, it's just kind of like there's no problem with pornography, no problem with sexual content. Sex is a pretty normal part of being a human. But it is one of those things that you gotta make sure that it's not bleeding out into inappropriate contexts. Consensuality. We don't have an NSFW tag yet, but I am quite sure that mechanisms like that will come into play. On the topic of cancellation, I think one of the ways to talk about that topic is to view it from the lens of an overreactive immunity response system. An overreactive immune response system. Degree to which there just seems to be incentives in the way that social networking, especially on Twitter. Like on Twitter, there is really no means by which users can enforce a culture other than through speech. right? So if you're in you're put in this scenario where, as an end user, all you're able to do is reply, like, retweet, quote tweet, or report something, or mute or block, and the rest of that sets you up in a situation where if there's something that is counter to the community that you maintain that shows up in your feed somehow, and you are trying to establish the culture and the values of that culture, you respond through argumentation. Which means that if somebody says or does something clumsy, as is often the case, you don't have a way to handle it in a more graceful way. If you imagine being in a public setting with somebody and somebody missteps, if you're being kind, what you'll do is pull them aside, pull them out of the situation, say that was kind of messed up, explain why in a calm fashion, try to downplay the situation. The analog about how Twitter handles it is the only way you could do it is by jumping up and shouting down the behavior. No, that was bad. Grandstanding on them and bringing more attention to it in doing so. Not to mention that their algorithms only have those same metrics by which to measure whether or not something is notable. Engagement and activity, which then causes it to amplify that behavior, to amplify arguments around culture. And because it is all public, it's embarrassing to have somebody come at you, so then you get defensive and it turns into an argument. Twitter doesn't have a community system, but it has implicitly community. Every space has an implicit community, as evidenced by people saying things like, well, Twitter trends left. Generally speaking, I would say that's probably right. And they are actually adding communities, believe it or not. It was actually kind of funny because there was, at an earlier stage, I was talking when people were asking, like, what's Citizen like? I was like, it's a little bit like Twitter, but we got this idea of communities, which is like subreddits, something that Twitter's never done. And then within like a week of us landing communities, Twitter announced that they're implementing communities. And fuck! Shit! Anyway, so one of my hopes, is that a more sophisticated system of both algorithms and moderation can help address the problem of the overly active immune response when somebody does something that is, outside of the culture of a community that you could, in a really ideal world, you'd be able to, if you're a moderator, you'd be able to take down the post and open up a DM with them and say, okay, here's the problem here. Or if the community has something that is equivalent to downvotes, maybe those downvotes are only accessible to people who helped have earned the trust of the community as people who understand the culture and things like that. I am quite sure that Twitter is not copying Citizen. I don't think they have any idea what I'm doing here. But I do actually think that Twitter is in a pretty good position, and I think they're going to absolutely crush Clubhouse with Spaces. I've used Clubhouse. I only enjoy Clubhouse because I have a couple of people. The person who onboarded me with it is a really smart person and gets me into really interesting rooms, and so I have a uniquely positive experience with Clubhouse. Outside of that context, I don't care for it. Twitter Spaces is just going to completely crush Clubhouse. Clubhouse is done. It's gone. Because ultimately, Clubhouse is a feature, not a network. I'm gonna grab some more water. I actually think that. I mean, fleets were a total misfire. Fleets didn't work out at all. So their version of stories. I'm like one of the few people that uses it, and I use it to post kit pics. But Clubhouse, the Spaces will be a huge success for them. I actually also think that they're paying for tweets, their super follows. I think that'll be totally successful. I think it's going to really put the squeeze on Patreon. TikTok is a little harder to copy. Instagram immediately copied TikTok, and doesn't really matter. I think TikTok has too strong of a foothold at this stage. I'm not deep enough to comment fully on this, but as far as I can tell, one of the major advantages that TikTok has is the actual creation tools for the videos. Seem to be a relatively powerful part of the whole system. Okay, everything that remains is a total pain in the butt. This one sucks right here. Closing pop-ups. Not so bad, I can get into it. Pull to refresh, don't know exactly what's going on there, hopefully not too bad. Let's improve the slide out menu on mobile, that one's not so bad. Alright, so what do we need here? Right. Yeah. And I mean, my impression about why people just upload from TikTok is in no small part, I mean, there's two things going on. TikTok seems to have a more valuable virality network for people that are, looking to get virality through their thing. But the other thing that really just seems to stand out to me is that I haven't used the tool, but I see people show how they make videos on TikTok, and that thing seems awesome. Little real-time video creation tool set that's just like, shit, that is cool. If you don't have that, you don't really have TikTok. Okay, so I feel like on mobile we might actually be smart to make this menu, the items in this menu, a little bit bigger. To make them a little easier to click on. Yeah, that stuff that YouTube is doing really seems like a bunch of misfires. Their version of stories is absolutely laughable. Todd, are you talking like having the menu come out on one side versus another? Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's a little bit of a challenging configuration to add because, like, you need to... It's not just which side the menu comes out of. It's like, currently it's set up so that if you swipe right from the leftmost side of the navigation options, then it's going to come out. So, like, to change it, would you want to change the swipe gesture as well, which would be an intuitive thing to do? So I'm going to try instead, Todd, to just make this menu large enough that hand preference isn't a significant part of it. That said, actually, what's kind of the biggest problem with this menu, in my opinion, is not the which side it comes out on, but rather the fact that it is top aligned. And so, your thumb is like, trying to reach up to get up there. It would be nicer if it was all within the thumb range. We'll start with enlarging it a bit, and then see where we can get. Okay, well, let's start by enlarging it. I'm a little and bigoting it. Yeah, I'm a little concerned that bottom aligning it, while that's logical, like, is it going to be really weird looking? Huh. Why did it do that? Oh, that's why. Like, is that just bizarre? Maybe not. Maybe we get some kind of big thing here, some big graphic. Making it pop up from the bottom. The problem with that is there's momentum to the gesture that brings this thing about. So let's see if I can position properly and if the camera can pick all this up. The way that this thing gets brought out is by a swipe to the right. And if you had it come up from the bottom, it would be jarring that a swipe to the right brings up the animation from the bottom. But let's see about embiggening it first, and then see about CS, did you catch why I removed that? Because obviously that's what I did first, and if I thought that we could stick with that, I would have stuck with that for sure. But basically, iOS steals clicks. Now, I am thinking about possibly having a new floating item down here that maybe even just triggers this menu. But basically, nothing. You could never get anything to open up on the first click down there because iOS would steal from it. Okay, so where are we setting the text size? Right there. I think that starts to get in the realm of the right size, actually. Yeah, 2XL. Yeah. And the reason that scrolling got broken on mobile for a stretch was on account of me trying to hack around. There's a thing you can do to make Safari not steal those clicks down there, and the hack ended up breaking everything, so fuck me, right? Wait a minute. Why did that just happen? That's bizarre. What just caused my spacing to go tits up over here? Hmm. Right. Is it the... Huh. Okay, I actually think I know what's going on there. All right, have a good time in Denver. There we go. Someday we shall be cool enough for that. No harm in a little duplication. Excuse me, sorry about that. My profile really big. Okay, there we go. W9. And then we need to embiggen the buttons text. Okay, large. That's cool. All right, and now let us try how can I make this thing take up as much space as possible? That's how. All right, don't hate it. Let's give it a shot.
Citizen.
All right. Handle a couple things. Be right back. All right. This thing deploy yet? It did. Let's see how it looks. Okay, not bad, except that it gets crowded at the footer because of a couple problems. It's crowded at the footer. Certainly reachable, so that part is successful. But the browser bottom bar covers up our bottom items. So we'll need to add a little more padding down at the bottom. It's also not reliably closing itself, so we need to fix that. It's been a topic of controversy right there, Todd. On account of sometimes people hit escape to defocus an input and end up losing their work. But what really needs to happen is simply we need to make it like, confirm. Okay, do you want to lose your work, and or have the thing just save it as a draft, things like that. So. once I get that kind of stuff in there, I can go through with what you're asking. All right, let's try that PB16. How do I feel about that graphic up at the top? It's a little goofy. Can we de-goofify it? It's kind of fun. Still feels a little bit awkward, but it's fun. Just center the menu items in between the bottom of the logo box and the... You talking down here, Todd? With the centering, like you talking about this white space right here? So the reason I've got that white space down there is because on mobile, there's this, probably up to around right here, the stupid browser menu will cover up items. So I actually have to have that white space. Yeah.
Citizen.
Getting there. Who has something fun planned for the weekend? Anybody got an exciting plan? Please share with the robot.
I have to say, in the range of things to do with computer technology, probably one of the most disappointing is text-to-speech. Of course, it's just kind of hard. Awesome, Tamir. We got a hell of a backlog for you. I think at this stage, gosh, I wonder how many hours it's been. We're on episode, what, 54? And these streams average probably around 4 hours each. Maybe 5, actually. Hundreds of hours of programming content at your disposal. Okay, that's good enough. It's pretty reachable. Alright, I'll call that a win. The stupid browser still covers up the log out item, but it's not impossible to reach with a little fiddling, so I'm not going to worry about it. This is all definitely an improvement. Yeah. A couple of folks learn a couple of things. I'll consider it a win, to be sure. Let's fix the pull to refresh. Notifications activity. Okay, that seems to be working correctly. Okay, so this will be the activity feed. The database method result feed. The normal feed. That's it. And you can probably just do this .load. Okay, let's see if that fixes everything for us.
Citizen.
We'll hold off on a new floating menu for now.
Let's see how pop-ups behave when you do a back. A little bit wonky. So in our gestures manager, come on, Iki. Is active and destroy. Iki's jamming up on me. It's a good sign that it's almost time to, almost quitting time.
Okay, let me think. I'm gonna go to my communities. I'm going to do that and okay, so it's not anything stupid there. Give me one that does close in such a fashion. Manage bands, perfect. Okay. So that's that then.
Citizen.
Okay. Pull to refresh, looks like it's all set, and that just leaves fixing the scroll position logic, which I'm going to leave for another time and call it a day. But by call it a day, I mean deploy this baby. Woo.
Features deployed. Congratulations, stream. We did it.
All right. Well, fingers crossed that that provides a nice improvement to some of the mobile experience. There's plenty of other things I'd like to improve on. Mobile improvements. Focused inputs are ugly. The reactions input needs some tweaking. And the hover state sometimes sticks. All things that have been bothering me. So I'll have to spend a little time on that. What else we got on our to-do list here on the road to beta? Later, Todd. Thanks for joining. Got a little bit to wrap up around community invite mode, only mode. Got to do the server invite only mode. Default role permissions would be something that would be nice to hit, but not a must do. We got all kinds of work to do around improving the protocol, fixing cross-server communication, things like that. And a couple of items around accounts. We're doing pretty good. We got a month to knock all this out. That's plenty of time. And then you got the documentation and SDKs, which is really a solid 2 weeks at least. And you got to think about our solution for discovery. So really we want to try to knock out the community management, the cross-server sync and performance, and the remaining issues in the next 2 weeks. But that's 2 weeks starting as of next Monday. So I think that's doable. And by and large, not adding a whole lot more features before beta, which is good, because features are where we lose a lot of time. Alright, anybody want to ask or bring up anything before I close it out? Just going to clean up my emails while I wait for all this to deploy. Okay then. Everybody have a great weekend. I'm going to take the weekend off. We'll pick up again, at least streaming wise. Might do a little bit of coding. And we'll pick up on Monday. So have a great rest of your Friday or beginning of your Saturday, depending on which time zone you're in. And I will catch you next time. See you later.
Citizen.